It's only a red chair. Just a red chair in an empty shack, with what looked like a dusty bow tie on the shelf. Nothing to see here, right?
In someone's abandoned shack. On the coast. In nothing. It's just a piece of...
Red paint is peeling off it. Looks like... The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. The other one looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of the stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden.
He looks just like me.
The boy doesn't answer. His brother throws another rock.
You're bad with kids. Maybe I am. Now, how about some actual police work? We are not getting...
The kids don't reply. Absorb. The scruffy head.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts. I still have a golden ear. Come, come. Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
No, you're not. I've seen you around here before. 12 years ago. You didn't raise any hell. You were quite helpful, actually. But still in Martinez, no, not you personally. I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into it. He was brooding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him and took him to oh, the usual.
That's you, all right. A black hound licking your own heels.
Maybe they are afraid because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here, as long as men with guns aren't chasing you. I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage, and not a lot of houses, or a lot of... look at me ramble on. What brings you to us? Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Now it's your turn, Mr... These things happen occasionally. Don't worry. You'll stay. Most people, that said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack. I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM. That's exactly how they get ya. That's why we built our own cinder block houses on the seaside. So we don't have to give money to those crooks. We might not look like much, but they are ours. My kids grew up and left like they do. The house is long empty now. I live in the small side attachment. It's easier and cheaper to keep warm. The room is pretty bare bones, but it's got a bed and roof over it. That's more than some folks have around here. Go ahead. Call people rude things. We've heard worse here. Now, are you interested or not? Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the police.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you.
He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room. Should he? This environment encourages one thing, and one thing only. Drinking.
Just us. It's barely a village. This is pretty much a non-place. A gap. A blank spot on the map. Just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street. Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live, and then there's the drunks. Not a pretty sight. Sooner or later, you'll see for yourself. Don't have to look long to find. Over there, you can find more of the same. Shacks and
Between here and Jamrock, a dusty sea of old trees.
an old military hospital and its surroundings. Or it used to be. After the war, it was turned into a goodwill hospital for shell-shock veterans and folks looking for some quiet in the old sanatorium gardens. Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets. The goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place was shut down. Here, for you, no officer. The only money we have here is some coins the drunks tried hiding from them.
She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
Not much. Where's the abandoned church? The dollar. Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it free.
So, they don't hold service.
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things.
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking.
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. I don't know exactly. A pre-war place. It used to be something. Before the war. Of note, the old fish market up on the boardwalk. But it's closed. No one. That's why it's closed. Now, what catch we do bring in goes straight into a lorry for the Delta or somewhere else. What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want a development, used to be a supply depot, we think, sending goods and ammo across the bay. It's jam shut though. We tried to get in, and now you know everything there is to know about this coast. Eh? What's this about? Come now, I can't read all this scribble. Tell me what it says. A deal with who? It's the Debarder Union, isn't it? I don't believe that. Please showing up. Thought so. So what do the Clare brothers want this time? Huh. I might be half blind, but it looks like part of the village is gonna be a street. Have you asked Lillian about this? I won't even consider signing till I know she's on board. She's right over there, the dark-haired woman, leaning over the railing. Yes, you do that.
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Bruta. Evening falls. The time has come. The vows are blurred and flesh. Lower intestine. The term is metabolic fascism, Brota. Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the source of Revachel's problems? Quit stalling, Bruta. We're talking about the weakest, worst, most insane thing. The weak link. Yes, them. Women. Women. Men of Wu. You don't like them. They're insane. Their idiocy needs to be scrubbed off this world with rubbing alcohol. Wu men need to go back to the fucking kitchen. That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. But the main thing is that Wu men need to know their place. Stomach truth. You're having a stomach truth. Because you've said the hard things that others won't say. The good things, you've said them many times. Okay, yes, let's call it that. Good thinking. You're going to keep your vooz, right? Keep your vooz, Brota. There's a slow, painful growl somewhere in your intestines. It is one of betrayal and disappointment. The door has seen better days. The layer of paint has started to peel off due to the salt and wind from the...
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check out your new living room. After we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the whirling in rags for the night.
The key turns with a satisfying click. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with the expression. On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin. The water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous, and you'll be looking like a pansy without the chops. A fucking pansy. A brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the shack. The room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat.
What is this place to you?
Waves crash onto the beach, drowning the reeds. Far to the south, this could have been you. This could still be you. A down on his luck nobody, trying to survive. Outside, the howl of the wind.
Look under the...
The bed is comforting.
Hi, officer. Anything I can help you with? A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place. The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions.
Ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice.
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks mostly. It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy. Just from time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time. Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying. Gone. To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago. He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning.
She really liked those muscles, though. It's in the way she pronounces sinewy.
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
This is neither a touchy nor a very... She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another. Better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff. I sell the fish to people in the delta. Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up.
This is what is called a conversation. You don't have to be guarded right now.
Oh, very. Finding pieces of glass, bits of wood. Every once in a while. What else? Bottles, drugs also, lost cargo in general.
Mines. Mines. You need mines.
And go where? The fish are plentiful here and we get enough orders to get by. It's not great, but it's something. Exactly. I don't mean to complain about my sad, pauper life. We do manage all...
She would like to complain. She would like that very much. But she can't, and she won't. Though, has gotten her this far, and she's not given it up.
Sure is. The sun, I call her, coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue. Let's see. Who are you looking for? Yeah, I'm not really looking for that anymore. Not much into the middle-class ones either. Could do with some Wish I could help you with that, but I haven't seen your working-class husband.
She seems genuinely sorry for not being able to help you.
I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate? Aha! Like snowmen. Two odd guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like. Right. Not only snowmen, also green men, monkey men, burning rocks. Don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides... Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Oh? Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
Yes?
The scruffy-haired little boy. This one doesn't say anything.
Lily's our mum.
The stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head, the other one, laughs. Maybe there's some kind of reason why they're laughing. An interesting reason. Somehow the boy stops laughing and oh, okay. So now he's shy. Now he's not talking. Just...
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy? So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine. Aye, by amphetamine, I mean speed. Good, my man. Now what can I offer you? Oh, the system's been good to old Rosemary here, and I'm milking her like a bitch goat in the backyard. You see, friend, man makes his own luck, and I made mine real good. Got my hands on 3 bottles of liquor exquise. Sold 2 to the fella, bought cigarettes, bought beer, even bought a bit of speed. And look at me now. I've got everyone on my hook. Of course. It is what it is, you know. What it's always been. People, buddy boy. See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture. You know what's crazy, actually?
He's finding it difficult to focus his watery gaze.
What? This guy.
Conversation might bring a discount, no?
Oh, this is medicinal spirits. The good stuff. I got one of those scientific ampoules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to keep a man from taking a drink. Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go. It really isn't. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of hell. Finally, the missus took me to a private doctor's office. Not a charity, the real thing. Those arseholes charged me 4 real to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all. The idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know what like 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out and voila. What's left is it 2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for 3 real, if you want it. Yeah, be careful. It's extremely flammable.
Feels like someone set a mustard field ablaze right inside your nose, then drenched it in tear gas. Your nose is a singular source of pain.
So, what's the deal, friend? Want the spirits on 3 real and it's yours, friend. The deal of a lifetime. Just make sure to enjoy that one, friend. My kind of guy. Here you go, friend. In the civilized world, it's a custom to tip the shopkeep, friend. But...
Hey, Tequila! Good to see you. How's business? So what's happening? Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the,
Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later.
I know what you mean. Sitting around with these bums, you really get to know the nitty-gritty of reality. Things aren't going super well for Idiot Doom Spiral either. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that...
This guy's your buddy. You feel it immediately. You belong to an organization, a fraternity of drunks.
We are saving the world.
Please! Please don't go.
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried. So now it's a pirate. It's you. We've met before. Don't you remember? Maybe. You look like you want to know how to...
Tequila Sunset. Something ominous there.
Let me take a sip to moisten up my chords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday. And by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself.
Oh yeah, that's totally... The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our... One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up some...
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in. Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will. Followed by a real commotion. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. The time hath... So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what... The time hath come for Tequila Sunset, the end of all things. Yeah, looms. Why not? Then you jam the pedal...
Your hands cramp on the steering levers.
We ran towards the ice, whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in sea. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the... Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally... We asked about the whole Tequila Sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now, and insisted that we all call you that from then on. Yeah, I agree. Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, how they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you...
Wow.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud.
If you only knew.
You were pretty vague about it. but you kept saying you got fucked real hard.
Please, don't open that door.
No one's fucked me. I do the
Abigail!
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say, beside your gun and your badge, you said something about your hope or heart or something. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one. You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was
It's more like you were cramping the...
No specifics, though. It was more about you. Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level.
It's not meant as a joke. He's sorry for the hermit cop.
You kept apologizing for being such a bad cop. You also kept pausing to knock the heel of your hand against your temples, saying, Yeah, you said that you'd really behaved unreasonably and failed to... It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs. Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better than a beach bum. It depends, really. Are you willing to...
The gleam in his eyes and the slouch in his posture is so incredibly familiar.
Booze. Did you already forget our party? The thing I relate... So, have you got anything for good old idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me. Classy.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Don't call Abigail!
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual. A founder / junior partner at a high concept creatives. I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation. I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily.
That's right. Getting a good run-in is important to maintaining your physical and mental health. Speaking of, when's the last time you did your laps, pork chop?
22 full-time employees, an all-star team, a potentially historical set of... It did, with my trusty Sansaric, but now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit. One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
His eyes are clouded. His dilated blood vessel.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see. At least, I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very... It was a day not unlike this one here. I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass. Ouch, indeed. Reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass, so I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also I rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did... People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be...
Heavy is the head that wears.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key, but when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best. Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh? Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long time. If there was...
Why didn't you go to the authorities?
Well, at one point they came to me, but, you know, I didn't have any ID on me. So they tossed... I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. No offense, gentlemen. The hobo lifestyle definitely has some perks. Not having to pay rent, first and foremost. But that charm wears off pretty quickly. Before you know it, you're wearing a shit-stained tracksuit and spending your days picking tear. What's in a name?
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Don't call up.
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual. A founder / junior partner. So you don't want to just hear the same story again? Good fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly... I used to own my reality situation. My business buddies and I had our own creative services agency. Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week I stole this nice new jacket. But then I...
You of all people should empathize with this. Perhaps this lost jacket is something you could help with?
Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically brand new. Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom Spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. What do you say? If I knew where I lost it, don't you think I'd have it? I mean, maybe I was up by the border, somewhere north of here, that's for sure. You could ask around, see if anyone's seen it. My fellow members of the Union of Moribund Alcoholics?
Hey, Tequila!
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. He's a cop, remember?
I thought he was a cool cop.
Don't call up.
And this is Abs. So yeah, that's basically us. We drink together. What? You've never seen 100% Lycra before?
You really shouldn't touch it.
Pretty nice, huh? This might be one of the last of its kind.
Good God. It's nearly impossible to describe how dirty this texture is. It's like rubbing two jellyfish skins together. You feel about 15%, and then there's the smell. But you don't even want to...
Wow, you're lucky. He never lets...
That's because your paws are fucking filthy, Rosie. We're right next to the bay. You could wash them anytime. My agency. Man. The Boom Boom Room. Our concept was combining high art with the lowest forms of... I convinced my partners to reinvest some of our profits in an even more high-concept cultural incubator called... I was financing a group of poets in East Revachol who were developing a new universal poetic language. But then it all went to shit. I know! It was fucking awesome! Too bad I went on a jog, unleashing a cascade of doom that washed it all. I'm all ears, Tequila. I do. But as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low. If you catch my drift. Then I can't keep on telling the stories. Wonderful. Interesting. Ah, this is what they use to keep... The tale I'm about to tell you is an urban legend particular to Martinez. That said, there are many variations on the basic story, and the details often conflict. What everyone agrees on...
Are you telling the story of the...
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. Summer of 44. 17-year-old Gertrude Het is...
The streets are warmed by a southerly breeze. The lights of a passing motor carriage. In the harbor's dark, her cigarette is a beacon, dancing alone. The image comes to you, effort.
Our heroine finds herself enjoying the peace and quiet the canal provides. What she doesn't know is that her peace is about to be shattered. From behind her comes the clattering of hooves. Startled, she turns around, and what does she What? No, I told you. With no head on his shoulders. Wearing a fawn tracksuit, searching for the legendary fawn... Woe is right, my friend. Gertrude Het may have been the first to witness the...
Tell him about the two feminists.
Fuck, Rosemary, they were dating. No one said they were feminists. Everyone always misremembering this stuff.
This wouldn't be the De Ponte Delgado case.
What? You know?
I've read the case file, but
Right. Early autumn of 46. Ulla DuPont and Eve. The wind picks up. A sky already dark now blackens.
Two women stand on a small outcropping of rocks.
The women are caught in the downpour. They act quickly. Eva gathers the rods whilst Ulla turns around to
Don't turn around. Don't.
When she sees something. Her shriek is so violent, but there is no lightning. Only a heavy downpour. Ulla makes a run for the shore, but Eva, her body is never recovered. Word on the street is that she, you know, gave herself facial deconstruction surgery.
that part, at least more or less, corresponds.
See? Told you. Anyway, that's the story of the headless fawn rider. Pretty crazy, huh? Well, Tequila, that's part of the legend. No one... Some say he was an undercover cop who blew his cover and got beheaded by the vicious gang he had infiltrated. Now he rides.
O headless brother, where art thou?
Others claim he was a professional jockey who veered off course during a steeplechase, ended up in somebody's backyard, and got
Even decapitation couldn't stop his commitment to the sport.
Personally, I think he was just some guy who hanged himself from a really tall tree. Coincidentally, at that exact moment, a horse happened to pass under him, and his beheaded corpse...
For some reason, this does strike you as the most plausible theory of them all.
Isn't it? All the pieces fit together perfect. Anyway, to each his own. You want to hear any other stories? No one knows. Some say he stalks Martinez to this day, and can be...
He won't, though, because it's just a stupid legend.
Aye. I saw him one night when I was right shit-faced.
He breathes in deep.
The tale, there are many...
Are you
Shut the fuck...
The streets in the heart.
Our heroine finds herself enjoying the peace and... What she doesn't know is that her peace is about... What? With no head on his... Whoa.
Tell him about...
Fuck, Rose. What?
I read the...
Right. The wind...
Two women.
The women are...
Don't turn around.
When she see... But there is... Ulla makes... Her body is never recovered. Word gave her...
that part.
See? Anyway, that's... Yeah? Why don't you go eat shit, Tequila? There's no way you know a better one than that. I have to admit, that's pretty high concept. Still not as awesome as a headless rider in a found
Hard to argue with that.
That's the reality situation for you. No one...
He won't.
Aye. I saw him one.
I actually do have one. Do you have anything to fortify old Doom Spiral? Tell me you got some story juice. It's very hard to tell a story when one's... You too.
The noxious odor emanating from the drunken man.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail! Uh-huh. Abigail. Don't you...
Abigail is his wife or girlfriend. Chances are she's gone. Never thought you'd see such a thing in your life. But this guy's a little too drunk.
Don't call Abigail!
The man hiccups. Then he snorts and beckons you to lean in closer.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail.
There's no use in yelling at...
The drunk man.
Don't you fucking call her! Hear me? Don't call.
There was little chance he'd be a reliable witness.
Hello, mister.
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
Yes, I am. Little Lily. You know my mom? Uh-huh. Mom is great. You know what's great about my mom? Yeah. Yes. They don't want to play with me. They're older. They look the same. Sometimes they look identical. It's Lammy. He's my friend.
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days. One of the eye buttons is missing, and the fur is tattered in several parts.
Yes. Very soft. Isn't he soft? It's a grouse.
You might be able to get on Garth's good side if you replace the broken scooter you almost certainly broke.
I don't know. Sure, just go and get it. I don't like it anyway. It looks...
All right. You just need to grab it from the ceiling and go.
Oh, I had gloves.
Where did you get these gloves?
Found them when Lemmy and I were playing hide and seek. In an empty house.
She doesn't want you to think she stole them.
I hid them. The twins were gonna take them. They're stupid.
We're going to need those gloves. It's for important
Oh. They're in my sandcastle. Behind our house. Under the sand. You can break the castle. It's not very good. Bye!
has not been kind to Lily's little sandcastle. The once mighty towers are quickly eroding away. You can see something shining back to you from what must have been.
The little castle? The reigning lord must have come upon some really tough times to let it sleep in such decrepitude.
The walls and floors give way to the giant's greed, collapse and present you with a pair of ceramic gauntlets.
Congratulations. That's the gauntlets down then.
As you fold your fingers into a fist, you realize you could knock anyone out with one punch. Your movements cause tiny little clicks, like dice rolling somewhere far away, as the plates reorient to your motions. The hardened vitreous enamel, at once sleek and light, adds a glow to your cheeks and a spring to your step. Just imagine what a full suit of this stuff could do for you. Two, are you sure you're correct there? There was a helmet too. Three, it may be a while before you have all the pieces. In the meantime, you should remember, this is a highly specialized kinetic redistributor meant to stop bullets. Wear it. Observe its properties. See if there's a weakness in the design. For the day you have to fight someone covered in the same material. A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Correct. The density of the bullet hole, meaning this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see these days. The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need to retain some humanity in this world.
scattering of bullet holes is spread across the crack. That patch of reeds over there, it's a great place to hide something. Kind of out of the way. Being so close to the water, you don't have a reason to. Nothing. Just a hunch. The hunch passes.
Here we go. Nice and easy. No way out, little guys.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man...
Who's there?
Is that the police? Why are the police?
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it. To what do I owe the pleasure? Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the... Oh, good. We should really be getting back.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon.
Sir,
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait.
For all his passion, this man is diligent and patient. You could learn things from him.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why... Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, and I suspect it may have also developed other specialized techniques to protect. It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defenses that allow it to interfere with animal perception. But I cannot describe how these defenses work, much less how they evolve.
Yes, it makes perfect sense. You're beginning to suspect there's something...
I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodea zoensis.
Seems puny, to be honest.
Typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them. Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of any crypt.
Would be glory itself.
Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information... Not yet.
just out of curiosity,
I know it's real. By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly.
What would it be like to grasp and hold onto something you think is next to you, or just behind you, like a trace of vapor you exhaled one spring morning as a child? This is what he's searching for.
Yes, the most recent sighting. It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location. I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly... Yes, the Females don't need males to reproduce. Makes it easier for a species to survive in adverse conditions. Nature does not concern herself with ethical propositions. As a scientist, my interest is, well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly. So I'm yes.
More than some, he admires this about her.
Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel. At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a
They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts...
The traps do seem to be deftly and thoughtfully constructed.
Yes. What? I've just always liked...
He seems reluctant to talk about himself, but he'll open up, if you prod a little.
Real. I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does. My methods do not differ from other scientists. I simply draw upon a wider variety.
Your nerve endings tell you there is no such thing as a positive surprise.
No, as I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid, although I have come close. Close enough to keep trying. No, very few cryptids are ever discovered. And of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemney, which is 4,082 items, 2 are categorized as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages. Yes, the Chateauquan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave sam. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves, more so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching. Indeed. If our expedition is successful, every paper in the world will...
The hair on your arms stand up. Electricity. Sounds like reeds hissing.
Everything from forgotten regional lore to newspaper. It's not child's play. Just... Yes? All right. What cryptids precisely?
You need to ask him about specific cryptids. Cryptids you've heard about from Lena, or his friend Gary. He won't just talk.
Oh, everyone knows about that one. Thanks to Professor Mijan.
A bit of jealousy there. He'd want that glory, truth be told. Even if he'd have to inject...
Although, probably because her life ended as a result of her work in Gutler. No one remembers her contributions to the search. A flightless cursor owl, found in the Seminine Isles. Its long legs permit the Nongok to run faster than when it's not hunting its prey in this manner. The Ock hangs from... Mijanu liked extreme animals, you see. One of the few figures of the decades ago. In the 30s. I didn't know her personally, of course. That's impressive, I guess. But have you seen it with your own eyes? I haven't had a chance to travel to Coco North. I fear this mindless barbarism may have wiped out the elite by all means. And I'm eager to return to her. I assure my wife understands that.
Come on, Morel. We've been soaking out...
And leave the traps.
Come on. She wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen him. A verified sighting. Yes, that's how we first came to know one another.
Needless to say, you must ask her about...
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. I can't abandon course now. Good. A good quality to have. But...
I could go for some trap setting.
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer. Yes, indeed. Both require a great deal of research, attention to detail, and, above all, bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight. There are 4 in total. One is to the south. Another we set in Land's End. To the north, the third is set near the canal. Where you cross, you should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technical...
That seems like a lot. Do we really have time for this extracurricular venture? Is it?
If you think it's important, you have been right before.
That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do... It's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Will last you. Wise choice.
This is the smell of dying reeds.
I hope you're not buying this. It dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like...
It is precious. A single...
Right. Which means you two can pack up and go...
Whatever he thinks about this detour, it's clear that these men are exhausted.
Finally, someone...
Thank you for your help.
Hello, I'm Gary. Very generous of you, Yellow Man. I mean, officer.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly. Yellow Man. That sounds awfully
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization. I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here. Oh, I've been tempted. But someone has to stay strong for Revocall.
Serious question time. This man is no innocent. No one is.
My mug? Why would you think that? I may have had a similar looking mug in the past. That's all. Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away. You're not going to find me, are you? Okay, I deserve that. And I don't know what got into me. Stuffing my garbage in another man's property, I've been having trouble at work lately.
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing. Nothing.
Here we go. Start pumping that sweet info.
I know a guy who works with the trash collection services. CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash container so I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. The damn Hemians run it like a mob. I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut.
Disgraced. No need for the histrionic, sir.
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
Officer, please. Let me explain. I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. Then I came out to clean up the rags because no one else would. I put them into the Whirling's trash, along with a broken mug. Okay. I was coming to throw...
Right. It was just civic duty.
Exactly. That's exact.
As he shifts uncomfortably, a series of clicks, like the clinking of glass beads against one another as they roll across a hardwood floor. You've heard this sound before, but where?
What sound? I haven't the slightest. There's lots of weird stuff out here in the reeds, though.
Every day, the wind shifts the reeds and whatever was left in them. Tambourines and condom wrappers. The sound you heard was not the sound of something easily abandoned.
Armor? No. I mean, yes. I hope I could help your investigation.
Don't be so relieved yet, Gary. This bad cop may have been in your apartment, admiring your mug collection. Perhaps a little intimidation?
Sure do.
His eyes narrow slightly. He's wondering where this is going.
In my home. Yes. When I was going to... How did you know? Is this about the Union? Did the big man open the door? So you work for Everard Clare? Officer, please tell him we're good. No, tell him what have I done? He'll send the muscle after me. Of course. I won't do it again. If there's anything I can do to it...
This scared him proper. He's positively melting from fear.
The weather vane has turned. He cannot be entered.
He clearly liked his squirming. He may even have changed his mind about the whole door-opening operation.
I told you everything I know. No. I help Morell with research sometimes.
What does he do then? This feels like a good opportunity to dominate him.
Oh, this and that. Officer, I would never. I work as a special courier. You know, urgent deliveries, overnight deliveries. Oh, I don't know the contents, officer. Part of my job is discretion. Yes, officer? Not many Sealites here, or anywhere, other than...
Do you remember how, when we met Measurehead and I said the next races will be a really good one? Well, this is that racist.
Hey, man, all I meant was there are not many Sealites around here. I'm just stating a fact. No, no problem at all.
Wow, so someone's been a little boring. Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The regular, please. The brown.
You? I wouldn't worry about...
See? You're so regular and vinyl brown, he doesn't even want to talk to you about it. No need to be defensive. The regularity, the brownness, the cut and dry have their appeal. A very standard appeal. Of course you do. And maybe some black shoes or a pristine white shirt to go with that. It's official. My lord's coppo type is regular cop. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out a telefax. Good, good. Of course. To outright declare yourself something does seem a bit too...
Always a play. I mean, always a play. I mean, officers.
That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together, as if something is wrecked. Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor, for example. One that makes...
I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't. I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
This shame.
Gary! What's...
Later, Morale!
No. You've got explaining to do.
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And so I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up, only the cuirass was left. So I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning, no one saw me.
It's okay. It was a loose end, and you were tiny tap.
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man. Sealite officers commanded the suzerain's navy. Most of them sided with the king when...
It's difficult to say what the lieutenant thinks of this historic apology. His face does not belie emotions.
Because I was weak.
The hell, Gary?
I'll explain later. I always thought it was the Union, but I sure as hell won't go around saying that anymore. You have my word.
He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass, but so light to hold.
Yes, absolutely. I will never...
be on our way soon. Thank hell no. I had no idea. And I'm still...
Thanks.
He's still glad his friend stood up for him. You see, a once bright a slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable. Calling. Still calling. This feels wrong. End of tone. Some...
Pierre, is that you, Pierre? So nice of you to find the time to call me. It gets so lonely. Even the animals have died. Are you sure you're Pierre? Your voice is...
Her voice is drowned in white noise. Sounds like you get a sinking feeling. It makes you look if Lieutenant Kitsuragi overheard you. To your relief, he did not. Calling. Still again. Serious. Someone with a masculine...
Hello, Gerard speaking. What are you, like 5? Thanks for calling, asshole.
Phone hanging. Disconnect tone. Calling. 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 Still call. Still.
Stop calling me, man. I'll get you your money, alright? I just need till tonight. Let me work. Testis.
Disconnect. Calling.
I'm tired.
Sounds like he hasn't talked to anyone in quite a while.
Writing. I hate writing so much.
The man, you do not hear the customary disconnect tone. Just silence in there. Lucky you. The call went too fast for the payphone to register. You can still make a new one without paying. You close your eyes and put your index finger on the rotary dial. Strange. This is not how you started before. You dialed 001. This is not the area code of Revachol. 4411117 Yes, 451-67451. You have dialed God knows how many numbers. The headset has been waiting silently to relay a signal, an ultra-long-distance call. Your ear fills with a crackle, the calling in the saddest sound, both pitiful and terrifying. You feel you calling still, ringing by the bedside of a dark but capacious apartment with long windows. You know this to be true. The handset starts slipping from your sweaty palm. Your breathing is heavy. You just do. And you know the lieutenant is too far away to hear your yelp. The sea wind blows. You can't. Some strange force is keeping the headset glued to your hand. Calling still. Then the ocean breaks. Out of the depths. Oh.
Hello? Dora, who is this? The connect.
Dora. The name feels like a gift. And fight. In the distorted distance, you hear. Don't react. Whatever you do, don't react to that last thing. It doesn't matter if you react or not. You still think you hear a man's voice in the background. It's covered in pain and white noise.
No. It's you, isn't it? It's you. Who is this? What? Oh no. Is that you? You're not ominous, Harry. You're drunk. Oh, God. Do you know what time it is? It's so late here. It's 4 o'clock, Harry. I need to wake up in 2 hours. Yes. To work. The academy, where I work.
No response, only a sigh. The connection crackles. What are you doing to yourself right now? You need to stop. Harry, you're killing yourself.
What do you want to talk about that we haven't talked about already?
This is bad. You feel your right hand on the handset cramping up with pain.
Oh no, please stop. Please, let's just hang up. I'm in my rover, sleeping. No, I want to go to...
She does not answer anymore.
Harry.
Disconnect tone. The machine ran out of money. dial the number again. 26 pulls of the rotary dial in the middle of it. Calling, 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 calling. It looks like she does not want to pick it up, Harry. Stop scaring her. Come on, you know why. Calling, calling.
Harry, please.
Underneath it, she is naked and warm under a blanket.
Please. I'm going to hang up now.
Phone hanging up. Disconnect tone. You dial the number again. As you've done calling, 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 and calling for who knows how long, but no one answers. You need... The cold metal is hard, and your knuckles. It takes your mind away from that voice. For 1 second.
That's enough now, officer.
It didn't give you any fun for that money. Your hand is...
Officer, that's enough. Let's read. Yes?
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like this for 40 years.
No. I won't even try. I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things.
This partner of his, Eyes, things didn't end well. It saddens him to say his name. Don't even ask. He wouldn't answer. The old woman still sits in her chair. The buzz of electric lights blends together with the...
Yes, I can't really sleep anymore. Only a few hours a night. My suggestion is, don't. What do you want with...
That's an excellent question, ma'am.
Like a smart dog? Yeah.
Like a dog, yes. More like a slave to any master who tosses a bone your way.
Are you getting a reward for it at least? What? You're fetching someone's pissing laundry.
In fact, he does.
None of my business, either way. Anyhow, you might...
The worn and beaten wooden plank.
We can sit on benches after.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when...
The surrounding blaze of the electric lights makes the white on blue do something important? Something murder-related? There's always something, even at a standstill. The unibody caprice... Someone has waxed it recently.
You want to take a closer look? Yes. An extraordinary machine.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? It's a bit girly right now. Fit it with some proper off-road components.
Sorry, I'm not following you.
Lingo it up.
No, that's...
Use bigger words.
Porno. That's short for pornography. That's a negative on the porno. Thank you, though. 130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
$7.2. Soup.
Saying these words brings him immense.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again. Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings.
Reflexively,
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one. Many times I looked up, and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up.
she had no fear.
I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm. I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud.
Where did you go?
I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress. We were on our first date when I told him my story. You should have seen his face.
So that's how they met. This is beyond significant for them.
Of course. I've thought about it. But Morel said, so how did I know what to imagine? It was only you trying to tell us you saw our first. Yes. Not all of them. It's hard to say how big things are.
I thought it was a wonderful story, man.
But I don't believe it. A child left unattended on a warm day.
You're welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it.
And she could get up and walk.
Goodness, how...
He's fine, ma'am.
Oh, yes. But I am so...
You haven't, however. There are dangers out there.
Can I help you?
What is this thing? What, the interior decorating kind? You know, I'm sorry. This is actually... I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess? So, I don't know.
People just don't know how to accept gifts. Especially taxidermy. This was mostly about the fucking cardio. Massive cardio here. You'll live till 90.
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like bringing people random stuffed animals.
Got the 20 real? Then why...
The stage is all set up for your performance. You feel a little dizzy, a little...
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
The bar is full and buzzing with chatter. No one is paying you any attention. But still you feel you're sweating. They are going to hate you.
I can see that.
The stage is all set. You feel a little...
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should...
Immediately, a loud feedback noise. Hands. Where do you put your hands? The stage is... You feel...
So, are you ready for your thing now?
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic. The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots. His skin is marbled with decaying veins and blotched by lividity. On his
Your race descent has temporarily halted, but you will fall. Babe, see that they stay here the whole time.
The woman's gaze follows Measurehead.
So, you guys are like cops or something? Look at him. His craniometric perfection. Are you cops or what? Cool. I like men with guns and power.
You hear that? That sound. He's breaking something.
Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there. I wish I could see it. Don't worry. Physical stuff like this is really easy for Measurehead. Mental stuff too. It's late outside, isn't it? You guys must really like doing what you do to be out so late.
The corpse has been removed from the tree. Stand down and congratulate yourself. You have sided with Ray, and what you had to do was to become a Union man for all to see.
Kuno saw you wield that can. Sweet Graffiso action pig. Kuno likes that delinquent shit. Fuck no! Ah, shit! Shoot that shit at Kuno. Kuno does...
The corpse lies on the ground among the remains of an absolutely demolished pinewood branch. It's gently laid on one side.
Mr. Measurehead has done a good job. Nothing is... yes. One.
The fuck are they on? A
Cop's gonna cut his shit up!
No, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our you are. Your station...
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Shoot, Looney Rooney. Come back later, Corporal. Amuse yourself.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them. Unfortunately, no. They are better than nothing. Tell you what,
You're being handled. If you resist now, he will turn on his heavy-duty authority mode. You'll get your chance to dig in later.
that's right.
You knew it because you inspected your ledger. The lieutenant is... The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in... Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with...
That's you.
The corpse is indifferent to your...
KK57. Next. We've heard the nom de guerre. What's next? NA. Roughly 50.
The corpse looks ageless, like meat, teeming with opportunistic microorganisms, letting out a foul...
Mondial.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither...
Fucky!
Male.
Pigs can have sex!
Naively, the lieutenant does not double-check.
We're still going with March 4. What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable.
KK57 0503 08.
None. At least not after the initial.
A strange word. Treatment.
Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
How did you not know that? Aren't you a cop? You're leaving a weak impression here. Say something Don't overdo it. It's okay to be unsure.
They'd have to have incapacitated and carried him over. This man was more than a match for We should start the post-mortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine.
See, it's
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired...
The rest of the clothes have been removed post-mortem by scavengers in order to get to the victims.
It would be clever of you to omit the boots altogether, sire. If you are to keep them for yourself, as you ought to, you have deserved them more than anyone else. Patience. After the autopsy, before the body is taken away, there will be a window of opportunity. After the lieutenant has got...
Tattoos. The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings. To be added to the case file, the deceased has a cargo lashing belt, well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters.
The spine is bent more than the lieutenant compensated for. This buster's actual height is about 1...
Of course, I undercompensated. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness.
His hair feels wet, soaked with rain, cold to touch. Not that different. The stench is suffocating. Strands of dark brown hair start sticking to you. There's brilliantine in there. He's combed his hair back with oil.
Lividity is consistent with hanging.
Fucking low velocity? You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Talking shit about...
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest, consistent with predation. Ligature mark. The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the bell so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
Always good to think ahead. Now, We need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below.
See, my pig is gonna.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference. The knot is the weak spot. The chain cutters fit in there. Steady now, like a flower arranger. After some deliberation, you sink the cutters into the knot tying the belt together. Snap.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck.
As it ought to. This is where its grip on the curdled meat.
Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is where chest is intact, normal contour, abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact.
No! Let's get out and see!
I fucking knew it!
This is clearly what they've been waiting for, ever since the autopsy began. The lieutenant is trying to make it as boring as possible.
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury. Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetric.
Bullets have bitten little pieces out of him. It must have been excruciating, especially the hip. Before you is a temple of pain that knew little tenderness.
In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30. We have a real museum. Last item, hands. Hands are clean, no sign of a recent struggle. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, the stench is making...
Working so close to the fumes coming from the corpse must be hard. You realize suddenly that the lieutenant has been barely keeping it together these past...
Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next? Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
You don't even have a joke.
Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it. Gently, you hear cracks as the lieutenant moves his sharp fingers inside the...
Yeah, jack that fucker!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable. Respiratory system.
He's really doing it. The dead man's teeth cut into his gloved hands.
Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth.
From here, it looks as though the clown-faced man is screaming. The tendons of his jaw are torn apart. Hyoid. No scream. No sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air. No, you don't. You can keep it in. You can keep... You manage to suppress the contractions trying to enter your stomach.
There are ancient mysteries down there, Kobo.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus. Hepatobiliary. Na. Are you a hepatobiliary expert? Neither am I. That's it. Same for toxicology and serology, NA. Unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there? Like a toxicology screening? At this stage, I doubt processing will find anything, even if it was brimming with cocaine.
Brimming with cocaine.
Cardiovascular. The body gastrointestinal. Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila. What's next on the list? Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and the ligature, head, chest, and your opinion, officer? Agreed. Next injury? So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem.
At maximum!
Has confessed to causing it at max...
The lieutenant's admission has caused great gratitude in Kuna. He is silent with it. Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones...
Right. Next. A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say... I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth...
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to... What was that about no chlorine around the neck? You'd be chlorine for your life.
That's it. We have established cause of death. It's not much, and it leaves much. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over. Well, We established probable cause of death. Some would say that we also requested a toxicological screening. That was thorough. We were thorough with the list of injuries too. We described them all in detail. What is...
Oh yeah, well done, Master Detective. Maybe a drink is...
Now, you see, that worries me. You will die if you drink. You know that, don't you? You are proving a useful detective.
Please get yourself together. The lieutenant from...
I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg. For processing.
He's thinking, did I miss something? Fairweather T500. Remember that weakness you were looking for in the ceramic armor? Like, maybe it can only stop small, fast projectiles, but a large, slow-moving pry bar would shatter it? Or, if I run an electrical current through it, maybe it will melt. Or, personal favorite, frequency something something radio weapon? None of that would work. You...
Yes?
The worn and beaten wooden
We can sit on benches after we...
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time.
The headless Falun rider. He could appear.
Please tell me we are not here to look for a headless man in a tracksuit riding a horse.
Don't listen to the lieutenant. He doesn't know anything.
There's nothing to wait for. We should get some rest. It's been a long day.
Yes, stay.
There, we waited. Nothing happened. Happy now?
Your ears hum from the silence inside your mind.
I know myths and legends are enticing. Let's go. It's very late.
It's getting cold, this late in the night.
Good night, officer.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's in your mind, officer? Oh, that's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea? This calls for a funeral, if you ask me. Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all. Why odd? Our things are a part of our life world. They're made with our human sweat and they share human history. Oh yeah? You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you gonna take it from someone who's been through a few funerals? It's easiest to just leave them there and let nature take care of it. I understand, believe me. I really do. I think about all the frivolous side activities I could be doing every time But daydreaming is a rich man's game. At sea, you can't afford to be careless and remarkable. That one already lost it. It's a good thing, too, that he has an actual police officer looking for it. Good old doom spiral. Upper management to the core. How sweet of you. It really is. I check around the abandoned fish market on the boardwalk. Drunks are inexplicably drawn to markets. Might be... If one of them lost something, that's as good a place to start looking as any.
There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. The reeds bend forlornly toward the sound. The constant, distant song. Locusts are crawling. Nothing has changed. This window.
Hey, was there something you needed?
Well, well. Bringing him that new bird sure...
Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting my time? Another thing. Great. I love those.
What wall?
I'll have it fixed at once. Thank you for letting me know. I assure you, the whirling...
What a shame to fix such a good peephole.
Absolutely not. That would be idiotic. Thank you. I'll patch it up personally. Was there something else about the establishment? I hope not. Oh, okay. Well, I did hear you make noise.
It takes a lot of willpower not to ask. Obviously, he's been wanting...
Okay, what is back there? Ha! I knew it. I've always wondered where those machines, but I knew it. Were there any back there? In working order, I mean. No, I was just wondering if you found pinball machines there. Those machines are whirling property. But if it makes you feel, it wouldn't hurt to get a little life in here. Other than the hellish karaoke machine. That one's always causing trouble. Yes?
Hi again, Gendarme. Bye-bye, Gendarme.
sit on the wind-worn wooden planks of the bench. Your feet ache. You finally stop picking your nose. It's getting late. Time to head to sleep. Best not stay outside. It is the dead of night.
You missed a good show before.
He fucked the tree up! Fucked it good!
Shoot that shit at Kuno, Pigonor. The fuck do you... Good call? Yeah? Yeah, whatever. The fuck about your test.
Get lost!
Kuno doesn't...
The man is decomposing visibly now.
Shoot, Looney Rooney. Oh yes, Kobo mi Lobo. In the gift horse's mouth. Tracts and wakes and waterway. Just a small gulp away. My beloved Kobo. Oh yeah, it's all right. Come back later, Kobo.
Kuno's like... Kuno doesn't...
I'll die before I...
There it is, a brave little army in your pocket. The first Smokes platoon. You picked the best one. This soldier is fat and get a load of this rock and roll cop here. The lighter's dark green disposable plastic. Safety's off. In your case, the safety repercussions. There's a high risk of... It will help you concentrate a bit. That much is true. It only lets you concentrate because you're in nicotine withdrawal. Blah, blah, blah. Boring. Thick, warm smoke gets sucked down into your lungs. Immediately, you feel a warm nostalgia fill your head, body, and soul.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's a cigarettes button. Cigarettes gives +1 to intellect skills. Logic, rhetoric, conceptualization, visual calculus.
It is the dead of...
Hello again,
The lieutenant is dead. Hatred, the woman.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her. On a first-name basis with her, are we? Piggy's moving up in the world. Have you got a crush on her? Aching for an opportunity to
Hello again, officer.
The lieutenant. Hatred, the woman.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on a first-name base. It's where they grow hot pigs, not half as dumb. You're back. Good. What can I help you with at this late? Matter of fact, I don't. I have a medical condition of my own. Nothing unusual, though. I'm old, you see. Thank you. I do what I can to remain presentable. Now, ask me some questions. It'll help us pass the night. The lorries are still stuck at the roundabout. If the police is asking, one of the drivers might admit to it. The two might even be connected.
She simply nods.
What would you like to... Good. What we do?
She nods.
Of course. Of course. How else can I help?
Don't tell her you've met Everard right away. This time.
Of course. The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock? Come, if they were organized by Wild Pines?
It's implied. She's open to this.
Of course. How else can I help? That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for one. Better not tie the fourth day to the Bat's Day on this.
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
What is all of this?
What world? The only one.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
Great bodies of water. There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century. Elysium. There are those who would call it hell. A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists. Oh. Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways. We used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the
ORG. Occident.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific yes. Pale covers 72.
A cold fear seeps into you.
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the... But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together. I don't know about things of that scale, but yes.
She does not seem convinced that you'll be fine. If anything, She's realizing how deep your condition runs.
You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the... It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it. See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to.
The cold seeps into you. Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your...
Glad to have been of his...
Kuno's like Kuno does.
The man is the body is reluctant to let go of. You're going to need to summon all you...
Wow.
Yeah, fuck it to pieces for us, liar.
It's not completely useless. You're able to reveal a little more of the putrid polymer sock beneath the boot. It feels like the leg is going to come off along with the boot. Just relax. See? The corpse doesn't care if you try to take his boots. He doesn't need them. He's probably glad to get rid of them. This is the right method. It takes some time, but eventually the boots come off.
Look, he's skinning the fucker up good.
Hell, keep at it, pig.
The legs look like they've been clawed at by wild animals. Yes, these absolutely... Didn't the Whirling have a kitchen?
Shoot, Looney Rooney. Come back.
These boots were probably left on the corpse because they were impossible to pull off while it was hanging. They're not exactly graceful whirls cover the boots. Fairweather T500. Still, just pieces of sock and... This industrial gas-powered stove has been used. Getting the corpse residue out of these boots is going to require patience, and also a huge pot full of boiling water. So a commercial pot draws your... There is a variety. This is going to take the hard stuff too. Use as much as you can. The bottom of the pot fill. All right now, chef. Light up the stove and boil them. The soap bubbles over the rim of the pot. The water slow. Strips of polymer fabric and human tissue separate from the lining of the boots. They float, a two-course dinner of rotten flesh and hardened. The boots look cleaner and cleaner. Those bits of human flesh are just like beef stew. That's it, chef. The boots are as clean as they're going to get. The boots look clean. Feels like you should have used vinegar too. The strong vinegar odor forces you to take a few. The whole kitchen now smells like a pair of real beauties. The boots are shiny, hot, and... getting cold. This late. The bed is comforting. Across the room, the heating system hums its soft lullaby. The mattress fit.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark.
Recorded in you. Forever. On Faraday.
No. You're spinning tapes at the disco. On and on it goes. For
Behold, there are millions of...
It's the world, Harry boy. And your mate. You can never forget this shit.
It's not possible anymore.
You're the son of the world again. Harriston.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world.
It's too late.
For the greater good.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth. There he goes again. He's a real political animal.
He's got no idea what he's in.
Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry.
You can do it. It's nothing. Do it for the wind. Good. You're up. Listen, there's something that it's a suspicion, or a feeling really, that things are not quite. Every day, things seem to spin more and more wildly, out of control. The center isn't holding. And despite your efforts to, you've got to find out who bears la responsabilité. The most awesome, terrible, it is human nature to crave la responsabilité and to deny it. That's why it must be distributed across many different organizations, agencies of... Whoa, whoa, whoa. This isn't some kind of dictatorship like a committee. Only the most even, your half-brother, the lieutenant, is a natural place. Together, you'll be able to discover who has la responsabilité in Revachol. And, if necessary, you'll have the wisdom and expertise to... Most likely, your findings will be collected in a report, which, once they've reviewed it, those same superiors will produce a set. Rest assured, no matter what happens, it will be done through the proper channels. Good luck. Your report is eagerly anticipated. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with...
Yes? I'm glad to hear it, Detective. I was wondering when we'd get to this very subject. If you ask me, it's past time for you to cut back on the smoking. You seem like a man with a death wish. It's quite disturbing.
The lieutenant's quizzical...
So, what are we talking about then? Why are you pronouncing it like that gentleman from the Institute? You know what? Forget it. What specifically are you trying to assign responsibility for? No, next I suppose you're going to tell me you need to form a committee to assign this responsibility? Fascinating. And here I believed your recent turn toward moralism was just an act. In any event, I am just a humble law official. I may work under the moral intern's umbrella, but I'm certainly not. You know who might be, though? That Mr. Villeudran. The gentleman you met in the young man's apartment. If I were trying to get in touch with the coalition, I would start by seeking him out. But first you might... Now, was there anything else?
The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down. Simmer down.
Our tenant, the
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. There's a bitter life is garbage. Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It smells really bad. It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling...
Please tell me you're not taking that with you. I'm sure he'll be thrilled to have it returned.
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound. It's a sordid, filthy tale, not for the weak. It occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself. It smells like a dead sea creature, tangled in grey strands of seaweed. It must have spent quite some time in the water before the tide deposited it ashore. Somehow, it was carried or dragged to the boardwalk. If not by Hugh, why? Why did you think about it? Look at your hands. They're covered in muck. Now you're just flicking that shit everywhere. This is a disaster. The smell. It's awful and familiar. It doesn't help. You can keep it in now. Don't overreact. Breathe. Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency. That faintly cloying something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. Fear. The lieutenant has already...
Eyes up, detective.
A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, half of his body has slipped between the cracked boardwalk, starting with the right leg. The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely...
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
Another dead body. Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card. Fold.
Good. We should take a look at that library card.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk. You have to be quite inebriated it to fall that bad. Well over a liter of pure effing. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water. He was confused when he died. Confused and alone. He was just about to head home. The first step back home. There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. Be very, very careful where you step here. Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's the blackness of death. Stent confirmed. Nearly the whole
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol. I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. This is where he came out of himself, drop by drop, when he was unconscious.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you? Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
A .75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap it's mid-market spirits with a slight touch of menthol.
Tear all around us. I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
True. It feels. They screech under your feet ominously. You see waves churning below. The entire boardwalk creaks.
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't, but that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think? The woman you met at the book stand? Why do you think it's her husband? I can't see a book. So he took the book to the library, then came back and thought, I'll have one.
Just one drink. I have my cool jacket on. I took the book, the view from the lookout.
Damn it. He's definitely someone's husband. Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive. They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone... No, I don't see anything that points in that direction.
Yes, but what if there's a killer on the loose? 2 suspicious deaths in such a short...
Without any further evidence... Oh yes. Some symptoms of acute... But I think that death arrived... What about it? The deceased ate some... It does seem to be a From where I stand, I can see 2 options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this... Alright, we should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from my kinema. Let them know we are taking...
A man lies on the...
Death by misadventure. It does seem to be a pretty straightforward...
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper. 2 empty bottles. No.
A tragedy.
He shakes his head with genuine... Whoever tossed it here was... You see traces of mayonnaise. It's hard to... The library card is folded into 2 and still slightly wet to the touch. Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio 3. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial.
Good. We should give them a call from my...
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. There's a bit. Life is garbage. A familiar apparatus. The reeds sway in the wind picks up here. This trap is also
another empty trap. Always up for a good job.
old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it.
It's military. A service. The washerwoman mentioned a depot up the coast. She's...
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark. The carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the church itself. Two large beams shoot downwards. The surface is smooth from the wind, but moist. This cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles together. It'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Also, that sticker is interesting. Somehow, you see a yellow circle with two X's and a big curve below them that looks like a mouth. You're pretty sure you haven't seen it before, but he takes off his glasses and uses a blue
No. Looks like a dead man smiling. Suggests junior delinquency. I haven't seen that sticker before, and I'm not a youth.
There's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb. Voila! Looks very modern. The padlock passes through a staple. Nothing happens.
I don't think that's going to work. If you really think we should get in there, we need to find some other way. Yes, the pulsing base. An indication of junior delinquency.
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach.
Oh. Hello there.
It's cold out here, but she's not where everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold. You bet this one likes to party.
Huh?
Maybe she didn't hear you. A little.
So should you.
You don't have to do anything.
Oh. I didn't notice that. Yeah, well... Look, man, fuck the hat.
Your pulse rises. What did she just say? That's not how a civilian is supposed to address an officer of the law. Your eyes are fixed on her as everything gets very... She looks down, pretending to be... Make her meet. The kid isn't arrogant. She's just afraid to look you in the eye. You already put her in her place.
You're right. I shouldn't have sworn. I'm sorry.
Her hair is dyed blonde, with dark roots showing. Most men wouldn't exactly call her pretty. There is a manliness to her, a coarseness.
Okay. A cell. Why? Okay, it's Berger.
You have little reason to doubt that's her real name, but she's not all that surprised by this cop show questioning, is she?
This is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but actually just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone. A contact mic records sounds from inside things, like this ice.
Nice. You could maybe bug someone with it. Wiretapping.
The mic? I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. The book said it only picks up structure-borne sound. Same place I got the recorder from, the Palaceum. Oh man, you haven't been to the Palaceum? It's the coolest place in this whole drug-addled... It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock. Musicians live there, like real musicians.
Thinking about it really cheers her up. It's a long way from here, though.
Oh yeah, guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck. Or really be a Palaceum-going kind of person. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means either. That's cool. Sucks, man. Was there something else? About the contact mic, perhaps? Okay. Recording, I guess. I think I'm recording cracks in the ice. But there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. My boyfriend sold them. I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
Everything checks out, sire.
The musicians in the Palaceum used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tape. Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be, like, I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too.
She looks at the recording device. The thing she thought would fill her hours with...
Take this, you're called.
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Thanks. That? The boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Yeah. Andre and the guys, they're inside. Go ahead.
The device is still warm from her touch and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. The girl looks at the device. She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup. The wind howls. It's real. Tell her.
What is? I know. I'll stick to it.
There is little you can do to help her now. But given the chance, you feel like you should. Something changes between you two. She looks at you differently now.
So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer? It's supposed to become like a club, except that...
The floorboards are twisting, and the shooting beams are... There will never be a club, not in a million years.
You know, anodic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments. Synthesizers and tape consoles. Microcomputers too.
You see clear, beautiful, violent flashes of light. Light cutting through a smoke-filled darkness. That is what the future will look like. If...
I know. It's not my idea. Andre and the boys found the place. It was supposed to be deserted, but... Hey, you two are cops. Okay, well... Maybe you could talk to Andre and the guys. Because there are some strange things going on in that church. If you're police, you should look into it, right? They're inside that thing there. Would be cool if you did. Was there something else? No. Not really, no. It's Noids. Yeah, I guess you could say that. To keep more weirdos from getting in. Fucking Martinez. I'm sorry. It's got the worst weirdos. If you get around to it, ask Andre about them, he'll tell ya. Go ahead. Well, it's just questioning, right? You're just questioning me. It's what cops do. Once or twice, yeah. I'm sorry I haven't had the Revachol experience they get east of the river. Rich people. Rich people are east of the river. Aren't they? I thought they were as Vachalaire as any of us, just way richer. Maybe you're right. Most of them, the usual. I had a shitty run. You know, drinking, getting into fights. The ugly stuff that happens when you move out your parents' place at 13. In Forberg. Is this a rhetorical question?
Forberg, not in Forberg, is a massive banlieue south of Jamrock Quarter. It is the largest ghetto in Revachol, possibly the world.
My dad was a drunk. Plus, I guess, I just wanted to drink too, you know. Get my party on.
She nods very cautiously.
Come on, I can tell. But, okay. Be a boyadero about it if you want to. What is it? Oh, really? So, the thing that's been eating you is the slow pace of social progress? Okay, so you're not that upset, it sounds like. Uh-huh. And you're sure it's social progress you're just...
Perhaps.
Go ahead. Okay. Hello again.
A pane of eternite, barely holding it up. It could fall over any minute. The pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk. The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. The flap is open. Inside, 3 young men.
Come on! Get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out.
It's safe to assume this is their leader. Or at least he thinks he is.
Sorry, we barely have room for one.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike...
I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
A young man with peroxide blonde hair holds up a Harman Welshi tape player, nodding along to the music, as though you're supposed to be sharing some tremendous evangelic.
Hardcore! It's hardcore!
Skibbity, skibber danger. I am the rearranger.
Your cop training did not prepare you for this. Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think? You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to...
His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project.
This is my posse.
The young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
An egghead. Egg! Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers. We have many in the pipeline, officer. You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new...
Also for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues. Which brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the...
An attempt to pander to your perceived conservative sensibilities. No person his age would ever use a word like narcomania with a straight...
I'm talking about the church, and I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dope heads and...
Dope heads! Burnouts!
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock.
Strike that!
And sadder yet, because the dope heads and burnouts hold up in there with the...
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dope heads and burn good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
They're spooky. I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring it.
Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna... People just wanna spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place is bad.
Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for. All right, man.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchanged giddy looks.
He's a quiet man, mostly communicates through music, and by being a master of ceremonies. Well, he's just kinda here. I don't really know how to communicate with him. Yeah, sometimes, when I stumble and find my way into his center, you have to hear a lot of...
The man smiles mysteriously. I get it. He's a puzzle.
Oh, so you met her? Good, good.
He's not as glad as he would like you to think.
I did ask Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. It's a temporary fix, just something to contain the situation.
I had to do it in an hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while.
Not long, like a week maybe? I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on. I'm at least 90%, maybe 85% sure they're still alive. Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too. I guess it wasn't very hardcore of us to just lock them in like...
Of course. No, all right.
It's as if time is frozen somehow. You think you can sense the key moving in the air. Yeah, this is going to be way... Blam! Straight in the eye. Straight in the old eye or man up. It's nothing. Pick the goddamn key up. Put it in your pocket and move on.
My bad.
He looks like he's genuinely sorry he didn't throw them back.
As always, we'll be right here, waiting patiently.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
Truth is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've seen are glimpses. Yes, there's also...
This machinery is of the...
When I first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the crew together. One of them has wires running into bowls of water.
Andre, tell him
Oh, and it felt like there was something...
No!
Which other one? I'm not as in tune with my emotions as you are, Ed.
Felt like silence.
For this man, even regular silence is awful enough. But that was...
Not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church. A couple of times. And we felt someone, or something, eyeing us inside. But that's kinda it. Well, honestly, I can't. But
why not? Let's go with that.
I'm 70% sure they're substance users. Don't let the technology fool you. Like, you aren't alone, you know? It wasn't quite human, if you know what I mean. It was this dark shape climbing upside down along the ceiling, like some kind of yeah, you know, the way it was climbing up and around the ceiling. It was stalking a cell, exhibiting ambush behaviour. Yeah, totally. I mean, I didn't personally see it. You should ask her about it, but be nice. Don't tell her you don't.
The implications of this are too numerous to consider. Proceed with caution. Learn...
You should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station too. Probably...
With a small surge of PEA, alertness fills you. As if to say, this is a dark...
It means like one of those rich boy private radio stations, where you can listen to people getting killed. Not that we would know anything about that. Noid just likes to... We're getting derailed here. Sure. What? Oh yeah, that's a meteor and name for the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it. You know, of Meteo, concerning Meteo. Meteo, a country, on Muindi, on the Muindi Isla. Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know. I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organisation. And they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericanassian Church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, like, made the innocentic system, no? You're totally wrong about that.
The Pericanassian Church is about love, and Nordic music is about love. Love is hard.
Unity! Unity!
Make some noise for my Insulindian posse!
You feel it. The anodes and the cathodes coursing through you. Your big toe starts tapping along to the base, as if testing the waters.
Oh yeah! He's coming around! You're getting it!
Feels good.
Your posse's like your people, man! Like you got your cup posse, you look out for each other and you party together. That's a posse!
And where is your posse, detective? Nothing comes to you. The world is silent.
Are we?
Yeah!
seems ecstatic that you share his vision.
Do it for the masses. Do it for the crew. I didn't want to say it, but it was pretty lame of...
The one with the large head is still looking at you.
Yes. What? Yeah, good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scattered the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even has running water. Oh. It's the one they sell at the fuel station. It does. I told you we have a smell problem.
He sniffs the air. A shrug is good enough for us. Why say it when you can shrug it?
The what now? Oh, the old, I have a major sinus infection, stuffy nose. We all do. Shit's all blasted up. Winter, can't even breathe. Yes, that's all Nosefed's doing. Without the noser, Nosefed is the shit. Sure. Here you go, officer. The noser. Blast away.
He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
As always... So you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to discuss things with Noid. Good. It's good you talked to Andre first. Gave me time to get a reading on your sign. Can't really talk to people before you get a reading. The sticker? You mean the yellow one? Can you describe it to me? So I can hear you do it. Sometimes he acts annoyed. Don't bother our guests with your games. Piss off, Andre. Me and Mr. Copper, you shouldn't talk like that. Cool. The ban on foulness. That's the moralist plot to anyhow. What was the sticker like? Oh, wow. Right on your cop ledger. You like it? It is cool, but it's also more than that. Much more. The dead guy smiling. He defeated history. We are living in the age of history, and in the eyes of history, we are all present moment, or maybe he's not dead.
Or drugged out of his mind, come to think of it.
Or drunk, or in a clinical coma, or I guess one could write an entire treatise on the thing. But what for? Weird stuff. Specialised. There was a wires going into water. Gives off a spy sign. Or some fucked up Samaran science sign. You know, the kind that goes head first into the supernatural. Most of it doesn't exist. Psionic powers, pale-related disease, nah. You heard me. Yeah, gotta compare. See if we can align. I suck at socialising, man. Even now, our sign synchronisation is way off. But I see what the hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be...
It's not easy to reach a harmonic resonance of signs without some adjustment.
Yes, further sign matching would do good for us.
The shaggy hip.
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us? With the church, I mean. Shoot. Oh, that. You're not going to believe me.
She's less prone to blurt it out, crab man, than the others.
Go ahead. My associates? I haven't got much to say about them. Sorry. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. Me? I'm a silver bird. Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but... Oh, that.
She's less prone.
Okay. I went in and I saw a woman. She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother. You know, strange old clothes. Had this absent expression, didn't say anything, just... And then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall. Upside down like a crab. Down the church wall. He stopped right before he got to the floor. Then just hung there like that, looking at me. Right at me.
Like a crab, you say?
It was too dark. I couldn't tell exactly.
Come on. She obviously could. She already went into detail.
Why? Okay then. They certainly do around me. Oh, that.
She's less prone to blurt it out, crab man.
Okay. She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother, you know. And then he stopped right before...
Like a crab?
It was too dark.
Come on. She obviously could. She already went...
He looked like a banger again.
A crab?
Yes, a banger. As in a mess gang member. I know what it sounds like, but that's what I saw. Why? Nothing. Anyway, what else?
wooden doors. The lock turns easy.
Let's go.
As you do, you hear the echo of the doom. A great whoosh of air rushes in the heart of the A machine stands in the corner, watched over.
Another radio computer. And this time it's already turned on.
These machines sometimes harbor traps, he thinks.
We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case. It's also quite similar to the one we have down at the station. Must be the same.
The one you saw earlier was the Ream Civic. This is the Ream Prefect, a model number RC. You see fluorescent play and print buttons. The lieutenant says nothing. You see the machine's glowing frame reflect behind the hatch. Sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark like another filament memory. The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your foot, and then it's gone. Almost all of it. You can hardly hear your own breathing. You produce a few muffled, your voice is barely audible. It's unnerving. The lieutenant points to his ears.
Can you hear anything? The church just has strange acoustics.
His detached tone conceals how uncomfortable he is. The lieutenant doesn't reply, but you can see the orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead. It's like there's something moving up there. A shadow has emerged from the tower and it's making its way toward you through all the It's not a shadow anymore, becoming more substantial as it...
Officer, is there something up there?
Oh no, you've lost sight of it. Yes, it's climbing. You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at... Maybe it's possible to talk to it. The shadow is a man made of the same stuff, the crab man. The man leaned forward a little, fixing you with a steady...
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry, everything's gonna be all right. You come to the right place. Here you can receive the mother's love. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and...
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
I'm put off by this religious stuff, he thinks. And maybe the ceiling climbing, too. It's all very hard to square with the lieutenant's own view of reality. Hey, and what was that about the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already. Shish.
Está crudo, way. I see deep inside you. Your body and your spirit are suffering greatly from overindulgence, and you don't even know it. I know it's hard to admit that you have a problem. I was like you once. Couldn't take a night.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
If the lieutenant agrees, then maybe, just maybe, you should pay attention. Look at these crazies. What is this? A fucking intervention?
The only thing we need to talk about is how the mother can really help you, Holmes. This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
This Mother of Silence sounds like a serious player. You might want to be careful until you find out what you're dealing with.
Never known myself to be a crab, but if that's the name you got for me, I won't stop you from using it. I always thought of myself more like a flame, flickering along the rafters and beams. It may be that I gotta work on my technique. I was in a gangway, but my memories of that time are fading. Most of them are already gone. Convenience has got nothing to do with what goes on up there.
There's a profound longing in that gaze, like he wants to be one with whatever is up there.
Do you remember your name?
The lieutenant is not particularly interested in this information. He's just...
Tiago's my name, but those syllables don't mean much to me these days. My name isn't just your place amongst your fellas, your place in the world. I ain't got no use for such a place anymore. That's not quite right, but you're getting somewhere. We are all one who sing the mother's glory. This is a special place. There's a perforation in the world up there. I circled it, nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother. One of these days, I'll be pure enough to go drink from it directly. I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the mother's glory. I ain't from no Marietti, if that's what you're thinking. And the song I sing is silent as the mother. Oh, that's no simple question, Essa. She is one who can be painted or sculpted. She is a cavity in the dark beyond sense. She saved me, but I couldn't describe her to you. No one can, Holmes, and no one ever will. Hard to say. I think I did some construction work here. I've been spending a lot of time here ever since. The past is nothing to me now, eh? It didn't belong to me. I think they were. A long time ago. I had to shed them like skins to get closer to the center of the silence. You could have them. I don't need them anymore. I will be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally, I won with the state of the world before reality. It's not like that at all, man. It's just faith and joyful service. I know it will take time.
The sinewy figure lingers on the wooden beams, blending into the shadows.
Police raid a while back.
Did you witness it?
Not really. Or at least I don't remember much of it anymore. Other spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa. No. I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. Or maybe not that young. Age is just one of the many masks we wear. That's what I said, Holmes. Don't really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We got different interests. I'm afraid not, Essay. You just have to wait until she...
Or search through her radio computer.
The ones in the tent outside? Right? I see them. Guessing they're the ones who call me a crab. Probably scared of me. Nah, man. They look pretty funny. And I don't harm no one anymore. Anyway.
Though he used to, a long time ago.
Why not? They wouldn't bother me none. I'm usually way up there. Might even be nice to have some company.
He said that in spite of himself. He's more attached to the human than he'd like to think.
Oh, hey, Wade. There's coffee in the back. Oh, wait.
In white, silver, and apricot faience, cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath. There, she's cradled in her cold wind seeps in from the crack in the glass. Snowdrifts cover the floorboards, as if under a microscope. The woman looks down at you standing there. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips, and a glint in her green as that great and desperate thought passes through your fingertips touch your chest 4 times as you stand in the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles, her distant smile, sundered by the crack in the glass. It's a mystery sprinkled with self-pity and regret. All you know is, this is the young mother of...
It's Dolores Day. The old woman was right. This is the DeLorean Church of Humanity in Martinez, or the Small Pinewood Church. It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps misplace it. Okie dodo.
The machine's keyboard, the speaker comes to...
Good morning, Fortress accident on Saint-Brun.
It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio computer in the doomed commercial area.
Good, thank you. Please repeat. Is this the personal log? Good. Please repeat.
Let's look around. There's no use trying to guess the answer. Maybe he knows something.
No. I am contractually obliged to
I'm afraid we are not doing that. Unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please still? No. Received. Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? I have 2 machines registered to this company name in Martinez. One on
Saint-Brun. That's the church. And Rue de Saint-Guylaine? That's the doomed commercial.
anything else I can help you with. Goodbye.
The machine's keyboard is still... Nothing happens.
Oh, hey, Wade. There's coffee in the back. Too many times, essay. You need...
No need to overdo it. He won't mind sharing it with you.
Don't sweat it, vato. The password...
That is true.
What you think of that? I think we're done here, essay.
That was interesting. However, I'm still not sure how it's relevant.
The machine's keyboard, the speaker.
Good morning. Good. Good. I have unlocked the filament. After ending the call, please press Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you? Goodbye.
The machine's keyboard is... The printer prints out a long text document. The first entry, made on the 4th of... Arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out. The lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout. Over.
4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite a while.
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place. See? Even one of the spookers themselves says it's... What was that about narcotics? This could prove to be interesting. 7th of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new antenna.
Why would anyone need any of this equipment here?
8th of February, 51. Bought the antenna. Had some problems. Artists, yet again. Harassing citizens, stealing back. But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup when the backup wasn't even connected to the front. I know. Everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right.
Seems like something to do with radio computers. Something about the backup data getting destroyed. And how I think these people worked in the radio computer games business. The one we saw in the Doom commercial area.
12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on in the harbor.
The strike. We are nearing the date of the murder. Keep reading. I'm interested now.
25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing.
Is she talking about?
28th of February, 51. Yes, The first recordings confirm that the swallow is real, and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence, with a diameter of approximately 3 meters.
The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architectural quirk?
The lieutenant doesn't answer. He follows your gaze. March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out, fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say,
"The girl on the ice?"
March 51. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office in Martinez. Can't do anything about it. The storekeeper still doesn't want to let me inside the building. Thinks I'm part of some kind of curse. How Martinez of her.
I knew it wasn't a good idea to meddle with the machine.
No. It was a great idea. You're learning things. This is at March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles. Crackers. Ping energy drinks. Water. Your reading is interrupted by the sound of the church door open. A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
You won't find any answers from here. It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see.
We should talk to her after she has